Okay, hey, it is Wednesday, February 24th, 2021, and it is time for another Let's Build Citizen Livestream. Let's get started. Alright, that intro bump is just long enough for me to grab more coffee. It's perfect. Alright. Give folks just half a second to join in. Audio level's good. Look good. Okay. I think it's a perfect circle kind of day. All right. Boy, these streams keep starting later and later in the day. Where's Kit? Where's Kit? I don't know. I played with her a little bit already, so hopefully she won't come agitating for playtime while we're streaming here. You never know. So, Paulo, welcome to the stream. Listen, I understand. That's a completely reasonable position. So Paulo was talking to me in the Discord earlier. I had a couple of questions and figured what better way to start the stream than to answer those questions. So one of the questions you had, Paulo, was why I'm doing server-based. Hey, good to see you. There's a couple of reasons. The way I would currently describe the design is that it is primarily using a data mesh to synchronize data between the kind of nodes in the system, right? And that's the Hypercore protocol. And because we are using servers at present, you could say it's kind of like Federation. It's a little bit different than traditional Federation approaches because Federation tends to use a push-based protocol to talk between the servers, kind of like an RPC, like in ActivityPub, which Mastodon uses. It's got a kind of a mail system that's used to communicate between the servers. Whereas in our design here, because we have this data mesh, you're kind of using this shared data layer to synchronize between the devices, which makes it primarily pull-based as opposed to push-based. We do have a couple of RPC methods we use to communicate between the servers, but other than that's also still kind of in the works, and I was talking about how to design this more just today with Andrew Ostroff. But it's looking like for introductions, so like joining a community or we don't have this at the moment, but if you wanted to do like a friend request, you'll still need to have an RPC server to server. But other than that, we're going to try to do everything you might say on chain in the sense that if I am an administrator of a community and I need to like moderate a post off of the community's feed index, I would produce a record in my data set basically indicating the action I'm attempting to take, and then there will be a generic sort of please process this message kind of RPC push that we do that works basically for multiple different kinds of transactions. It basically says, hey, somebody in your community recently created a record that I need you to respond to. Could you go ahead and prioritize it for me? It will process it, take any kind of respond to the record, take any actions, and then respond whether or not it's successful. And then we have some live transactionality to the system while still keeping the entire thing working on the database. So a very minimal push-based RPC, but from server to server. And a big reason to do it that way is that the system is designed so that an individual working without a server should be able to participate in the network in a kind of a local first capacity. And so minimizing the amount of like server to server RPC is pretty important for that, because that's what more or less becomes impossible to do whenever you're just acting as a kind of a purely peer-to-peer participant in the network. But that part of it is underdeveloped at present, as you might expect, because with the server-based approach, one of the reasons we went with this is not only do I think servers are important for being able to aggregate a lot of data, and which you're going to need to do no matter what you're doing. It's a social network, you need aggregation, even at just like medium scale. But I didn't want to have, as I've talked about in past streams, any novel pains in the butt, right? Like everything I've ever worked on, and a lot of people that are in decentralization almost always are doing something that involves new protocols, new cryptography, things like that. And as a result, you got to download something, or you got to go through some kind of quirky process, or you got to hold on to some keys or synchronize keys between your devices. All these things are fine, but they are impediments to getting the thing off the ground. And with Beaker, for instance, we didn't have multi-device support. We didn't have the ability to open up things that you do on existing browsers, et cetera, et cetera. So with this project, it was kind of like, all right, I'm going to use the same technology, but I'm getting rid of these roadblocks. I don't want that to be what stops us this time around. I want it to work as well as possible for anybody sitting down for the first time, and without compromising the underlying ideas here. And so as the system matures, we can then get progressively more local first, progressively more crypto key ownership-y, where like rather than having the servers maintain your keys, you hold them on your own devices, and we have a hopefully a nice system for syncing the keys between the devices and etc. So then you can maintain ownership of your identity in a stronger way and things like that. So this pathway gives us a sort of like progressive enhancement approach to getting decentralization into the market. And the V1, the way it'll just manifest is similar to like federated. You can set up a server of your own if you want to, and servers have a very minimal role in the topology even now. They host data, they handle some index processing, and they handle DNS IDs, which we rely on, but they don't determine anything about the experience in terms of like, at Mastodon, there's each server is kind of a community, and we decided to separate communities from servers so that they kind of actually fundamentally work like a user. They can move between servers and things like this, so that server choices really should feel nothing more than like, yeah, that's what ends up determining my ID. And this is what we were working on yesterday, the sign-up flow and what have you. And it all now looks better than the app itself, ironically enough. But so like whenever you sign up, you choose a server, and Citizen.1 will be our first one. Or you could put in a custom one. I'm going to have to put in a custom one because Citizen.1 isn't up yet, so I'll do the dev1.localhost. And so that sets, you'll be Alice at dev1.localhost, right? And then other than that, all pretty standard stuff. So you had another question that we can dive into in a second, but just to give a headline for today's stream, we are going to try to get mobile styles into a good place. That's what we're going to start with, so that'll be today. And then, maybe also dark mode. These two things would be really smart to go ahead and get done, but if we didn't get those done in time for Saturday, we're doing alpha launch Saturday. Hey Miguel, welcome back to the stream. So if we don't get the forgotten password or email confirmation done by Saturday, we can survive. That one's be good to have, smart to have. don't have to have it. But getting mobile in a good place, getting dark mode, I'd like to have it. It's one of those things where people will show up expecting dark mode and they'll be like, broken. Also kind of optional, though. We could go without that. Might want to actually prioritize these items right here. And then, of course, we really be yanked from Dark Reader. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what Dark Reader is. Is it like a CSS injecting plugin? It's actually, dark mode is, the reason that I'm not punting dark mode is that it should be pretty easy to do overall. Tailwinds gives us a lot to, aha. Ooh, I nailed it. Does this do this by that filter that just inverts the colors? That's kind of interesting. Nailed it. Let's just talk real quickly about what we have to do, and we'll modify this so that the double stars are have tos. We have to finish mobile. We have to get pagination in the home feed and in the other feeds, and we have to solve the initial discovery question. Now, solving the initial discovery question, we're going to do a temporary solution for the alpha, and because eventually I want to create a system where a community is appointed in the server to manage this. But in the short term, what we're going to do is get together on Saturday. We're all going to do our, it's going to be a live stream. We're going to do our signups and stuff, and we're going to create some communities and decide on the stream together what we'll have the UI sort of pushing people into initially. So we'll do a sort of a manual version of what the kind of intent of the system is, which is to have the community deciding these kind of things. So Paulo mentioned CSS variables. That is normally what I do, and precisely for that reason. It's helpful for consistency, but really the main reason is so that you can easily do dark mode. But I'm using Tailwind CSS for the first time here, and as a result, all of my colors are class names. And they have facilities for dealing with dark mode that we'll be checking out to see exactly, what's what with that. And Tailwind has actually been a pretty nice experience. Speaking as somebody that's pretty good with CSS, so I don't ostensibly need it. I found it to be actually pretty nice. So we'll be kicking off with mobile first today. Now, Paulo, you had one other question or discussion item here. We were talking about, the idea of integrating with other, basically having the, so one thing I'll just point out real quick is that the citizenry, the application is separated from the servers. So citizenry.com is the sort of application, which is having an interesting styles issue. I probably need to rebuild Tailwind. Huh, that's interesting. Couple of glitches showing up there. Anyway, so this is just a single page application. It has no backend, and it talks to the citizen servers. So what Paulo is suggesting is, Ryan, I'll get to your question in a second. So what Paulo is suggesting is that we get citizenry able to talk to Twitter's APIs so that we can have content showing from multiple networks. Paulo, that's an interesting idea. I stand by what I said in the Discord, which is that, I want to give us a chance to find our feet before we make that move. I strongly agree that it would be pretty awful if, when you first start, for instance, it looks like this. Nothing there, no idea what to do. It's also equally bad if just there's not really an active community. But I'm kind of hopeful that we can solve that by finding interesting things for everybody to be doing here. Basically that the application is worth using on its own, and that we can start develop an active community of our own. And then the question then just becomes, maybe we'll integrate with those things to do like social graph exports, things like that, like look up contacts, things like that. Yeah, exporting the file graph, not a bad idea. Try to find a way that makes everybody comfortable with what they're doing. But I'm bringing this up because it is relevant. I've gotten into Clubhouse. God help me, I've gotten into Clubhouse. I hate to say it, it's kind of good. And I did the contacts import thing to find people, and I'm kind of glad I did, because as people come in, it's like, hey, this person just got on, you want to connect with them? And I'm like, yeah, I do. It's a really useful tool. So they did that just off of Twitter. I can imagine doing the same thing. Yes, Ryan and Miguel, you're right. All of it, everybody's able to make their own front ends. Everybody's able, or application, whatever you want to call that. It is designed to be pretty open on that. And I mean, like, couldn't be easier to just fork citizenry, just an SPA. It's super easy. The contact sharing, yeah. Sounds like some beta territory right there, once we're getting closer to beta. Yeah, so... yeah. Yeah, and so, okay, let me share my thoughts about Clubhouse. I would not have enjoyed it if it weren't for... The reason I got on was that Peter invited me on, and we just started doing rooms. Basically, what we started doing is, if we had something that he and I wanted to discuss that we thought was an interesting conversation to do publicly, we would start a room and just talk about it. People would join in, and then we would be able to kind of get them up and onto what they call the stage, and have other people join in the conversation. That's actually pretty fun. It's actually pretty good. So that has been the primary reason I got any utility out of it. If I didn't have a strong connection with somebody already getting into there, I don't know if I would have seen the value. And there are a lot of people that talk about that experience. They get on, they see rooms, they kind of pop in for a second, they're like, I don't see it. So it only had any interest to me on account of having somebody that I wanted to use the app with. That really did it. And then from there, I've been sort of dipping my toe and just going into random rooms, and sometimes I find some interesting stuff. So I have been able to see enough value out of the thing to understand why it's a thing. I can see it. And Miguel, you are immune to FOMO only in the ways that don't matter. Yeah, it's not about, I would not have gotten on if, I wouldn't have asked anybody for an invite, anything like that, if it weren't for Peter getting me on. But then, Peter made it interesting for me. So, yeah. We'll see what happens with that. I guess my main thought is like, yeah, I understand why people have the thoughts they do about it, but it's also just surprisingly not bad. Surprisingly enjoyable. Cool. All right. Well, let me log out of this account and log into this one, so we have some content to look at. This should not be taking this long. Nope. There we go. Not really flying on our So, yeah, I stand by that, like, our, this one's broken, but our login pages look better than our actual app. Still not happy about what these posts look like. Let's try it, Paulo. Different Paulo than the one in chat. Hate to say it, Paulo, but you got competition for your name. That's pretty yellow. Yeah, I don't know if I'm feeling that. Appreciate the suggestion there. Yeah. So, ostensibly what I'm supposed to be doing is working on mobile, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to help myself from wanting to just do general UI work, which I know is not important for the alpha, but CLI front end would be sweet. And notifications are def broken on mobile. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's just what I want to feel whenever I use the application is, I guess from my perspective, I want to feel some pride in it. But like, there's something about aesthetic beauty that just works on certainly my brain in an important way. Yeah, yeah. Oh, no, I don't know. I think I would say about old internet aesthetic is that is just as much like what HN does, for instance. That is just as much designed as something that like this, you know. It's within its aesthetic. It comes off as being, hey, you're not doing much. It's minimal in the sense of like not a lot of styles and stuff. But the reality is that it is just as kind of internally consistent and well thought through as anything else. But I'm not really aiming for the old internet style. I'm aiming for what I call brutalist modern. Ish. Actually, it's getting a little bit away from brutalist with this. And that might be the, I don't know, we'll see how that evolves here. This right here is in the realm of brutalist modern. Let me pull up a thread that I had about this, since that's what we're talking about here. Right here. No, the drop shadow very much does not scream brutalist. So I got into this conversation on Twitter a little bit ago because somebody asked, why does every website landing page look like this right now? Material design. I'm definitely not looking to yeah, Sully, I know what you're talking about. So why does everything look like this these days? I call all of these, though this may seem a little surprising, I consider all of these within the brutalist realm to some degree. In particular, if you're bringing in these illustrations. And my breakdown on this is all, by the way, just bullshit that I've invented, so it's not like probably a real designer would be like, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Brutalist friendly or brutalist modern. Brutalist is about having fairly dark text against a fairly light background. And it kind of is beginning to hearken to what I might consider to be magazines a bit, or like a modern version, like the computer version of a magazine. In the sense that it works really well with, like, it tries to minimize the UI elements and focus more on spacing and typography for UI design, with the kind of the one exception being buttons. And then it paves the way for media assets to work better in the context of the UI, which is why I consider it to have a kind of a magazine connection. Now, why these particular illustrations are so common is they're the modern version of what every tech company is trying to do, which is to be non-threatening. They're also easily available for cheap off of stock websites. And so let's not focus on that so much, but focus on the other stuff, which is the brutalist variations. Brutalist friendly, brutalist friendly, brutalist friendly, brutalist friendly, brutalist fashionable, brutalist fashionable, brutalist friendly. You got fashionable, friendly / modern, and technical. Technical is the variation where you're using it. All this has to do with the kind of typography you use and the color palette you're using. If you're brutalist fashionable, you're using paler palettes, kind of pastels, and you're using serif fonts. Hinge falls into that. Clubhouse actually falls into the brutalist fashionable with that kind of tan background it uses. If you're using a sans serif font and more vibrant colors, you're in the brutalist friendly zone, and that's where we're at with Citizen. That's the direction we're going. And then if you're using monospace fonts and a greatly reduced color palette, you're into brutalist technical, which is how I did the Hypercore protocol side. This is brutalist technical. We are definitely in the space of brutalist friendly / brutalist modern. The UI elements we do have are really light borders, but it is not quite brutalist because we're not quite contrasty enough yet. And once we get into stuff like drop shadows, we're getting away from it a little bit. Miguel, or I'm sorry, Sully, which design do you like? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I was actually proud of that. And it's a little funny me talking about anything design related because I'm not really a designer. I've had to become one over time. Really appreciate that. That's why I have this whole, like I don't follow design trends in terms of, like, I don't read like trade magazines or blogs or anything like that. So it's all I've had to develop all of my design aesthetic and thought process around my own experience. So anytime I get something that looks halfway decent, it's a proud moment. So I appreciate that. So just for the sake of whatever, let's just take half a moment to see what it looks like if we walk away from what we had been doing previously. Y'all may not love what I'm doing here. I may not love what we're doing here, so just give it a little time to just toy with it. Blobbity has indeed grown up. Aha. Let's just see how it feels. Actually, I think this would all be in the feed that we do this. Okay. Not immediately in love, to say the least. Buck's shadow almost certainly isn't going to fly on the individual posts. If we were going to go down this route, we would need to get more vertical spacing between the posts. Lordy. I'm going to go ahead and log in over here so we have something to compare to. Alright, so the shadow strikes me as pretty crappy right from the get-go. Let's try getting just a lighter shadow real quick and see if that changes anything vibe here. This is a much lighter shadow. It is not bad. Probably in the mobile version we'd get the rounding off because it doesn't really do anything for you there. Alright, now suppose supposing we put a white background on the posts. How's that for a typo? BG shite. That's why I can't mark my feeds or my streams for children. Okay, put a white background on them, and I'm going to put BG Gray 50. But I'd like that more than I do. But I don't know if I like it a lot. It is Tailwind, which I've really come to love. I did not expect to like it nearly as much as I do. I know that putting these things against a gray background can work, and so I'm trying to think about why it is not hitting me super well right now. I think part of it has to do with spacing. It's a little bit crowded in the content of these posts right now. I also kind of feel like I kind of want to try and not only increasing some of the padding and spacing, but also a larger font size on them again. Let us just continue to experiment with a gray background. Actually, let's just do this the easy way. Index. Yeah, design is so holistic that it's hard to render a quick judgment on what we're doing so far. So let's keep futzing for just a little bit here to see if this starts to feel better at some point. So far, I don't like it. It feels a little bit plastic to me. And also just kind of... I would love to get Kit's take on this, but she is AWOL. She left us in our time of need. What are its medium, small, large, okay. Let's try medium real quick. Feels a little bit plastic and it feels a little muddy right now. Reducing the rounding seems to help to me. You mean like horizontally? Yeah, that is something I want to get to eventually. Alright, let's do this quick side by side. Oh. I hate to say it, but I kind of do think like we're moving in a positive direction right now. I'm not 100% sold, but this does kind of feel better to me. One of the things that feels a little bit like a lost opportunity is the profile avatars, which could no question be bigger. shouldn't be taken out of the options is to just see what this looks like with enlarged fonts. Why don't we real fast run that experiment? Alright, who'd be calling? Good friend, can't talk right now. A, B. A, B. One thing I can say for sure is that this is a little easier to digest quickly. Just very clear separation between the posts. Makes the scanning a little easier. I want to keep pursuing this a little bit. That's what better centering would look like. I'd run the same well, I could run that experiment over here. You never know what it's going to be that kind of changes your vibe on a design. Centering almost certainly helps. Is there a way to disable that like hover state? Doesn't look like there is. Anybody know if Chrome has a way to turn off that whole, hover state on the tabs thing? It's just a little bit of a pain while I'm trying to quickly jump between tabs. Hate to say it, I'm still feeling this a little better. I feel like embedded in what you just said, while very true, Soleil, it's a little bit of an accusation. Well, if you want to get fancy with it. Yeah, the centering is pretty clearly a must-have. That just, the more I look at it, the more I'm like, what? No, that's wrong. Yeah, I'm just teasing. You're right. I mean, one of the things I've always found is that when I'm working on a project, switching between just parts of the project, front end versus back end, or different sections of a back end or whatever, helps keep everything fresh for you. Let's go ahead and tackle the centering question. So in order to do this, we're going to need I must have common styles on this main. I do. Alright, so our target width is 600 pixels. Pickles. I'm going to get rid of the grid. And we're going to do a similar thing with the nav that we did with the header. Where'd you go, Nav? Still a little imbalanced, but we'll have to deal with that. Well, isn't that special? That's funky. It's an interaction, it looks like, between position sticky and fixed. How funny. Okay. That's it could be. Yeah, we'll have to think pretty heavily about all these other things, especially as we get into mobile. Let's get rid of this. Okay. Yeah, because now the whole thing feels imbalanced. Oh, you know what else is doing that? Is this padding left stuff that I did on the body. Backseat design is what we are here to do, so no need to apologize. Okay. So this is, yeah, this is we're doing this together. So that's proper center now, and so the visual imbalancing just has to do with these right items being really quite heavy compared to what's on the left. So we'll have to engage with that in a little bit. Let's see what happens as we shrink it down here. Okay. A little frecked up because of some changes I made. Let's try slightly lighter. And Miguel, I gotta say, I mean, like with everything else I'm doing here, actually having y'all with me is pretty awesome. So, okay, hang on. That's interesting. I think actually that is better. I think you're right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's try it. Let's keep our shadowed version so we have something to compare against. I think you might be right. Do we want to darken the border a little bit in response? A little significantly darker than I expected. Oh, because the shadow is still there. Right, that's, I'm darkening the border a little bit to counteract the loss of the drop shadow. So here's where we were, and here's where we are. I'll tell you, the drop shadow, the problem with it right now is that it kind of just looks like it's a blurred edge as opposed to like a shadow, so it makes it feel a little muddy. This is an interesting aesthetic. It's giving a really clear, you know, Well, one thing I'll say as a high level is that we are getting into I think, a very digestible, scannable feed. Or certainly more so than before. Got some line height thing to deal with there. That didn't seem to fix it. Not sure what's causing that. We'll have to worry about that in a second. Might be because this items center is probably doing that. Probably need to do items baseline. Solid light border to counteract the shadow blurring effect. So basically bring back the light shadow here. Shadow SM. So this and this, the only difference is a slightly darker border. And, you know, I'd change the inner content a little bit. But. So that definitely demuddies it. Yeah, actually, I kind of like that. Kind of like it. Get out of here. Okay, quick 5, gotta use the bathroom. Guess who's here? Oh, it's a baby. What do you think, it? She's telling me. She says it kind of looks like you're on the right path, but it's not quite there yet. Thanks, Kit. It's a very good perspective. So I agree that getting rid of darkening the border helped with the muddiness, but it's now starting to feel, or it helped with the blurriness, but it's starting to feel a little muddy to me. It feels a little less muddy, a little bordery. Oh, what's up, kid? I don't know what you want. That feels less bordery, but pretty light. Is there a gray 250 by chance? So let's split the difference. Probably not. It's probably just, let's make sure it actually exists. Yeah, that's just doing the default border color now. Which isn't bad. I'm guessing 200 is lighter. You want me to open the door for you, baby? Oh. I think it's 200. I'm gonna open the door for you. Let's stick with this for the moment. Two things I want to toy with. Bringing back larger avatars. And then, you know, the sort of chrome / controls around everything. So I'm going to set up the menu to always be hidden away. To the left of the box. That's certainly a possibility. Okay, so the menu now isn't coming out. Why not? What did I just break? That's what I broke. There we go. Okay, so the menu is now mobile only. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. Gotta go ahead and commit into a feature branch what we've done so far so that we can adventure a little more. And I'm gonna remove that. Right. You know what, that's not being used anymore, so let's get rid of that. Should mean I can get rid of the class on it now. If one wanted to get a better handle of what's going on under the hood, what would I recommend? Worth going on live streams or just jump right into the code? Probably a combination of both would be your best option here. Especially the earlier live streams. Probably within the first week is when we were building out the architecture. First day is a whole lot of yak shaving and etc. That's probably what I'd recommend. It's also a little bit of documentation, so look in the docs folder, see what that can do for you. These re-renders are killing me. You gonna let me work, or are you gonna keep losing my styles? Okay, so is that because I have? That's why. Perfect. Huh, why is that happening? Cool, cool. Why is it doing that? You being alright? Pain. Oh, you know, maybe it's because I need to put it over here. No. Flexbox, why you gotta be like that? How do y'all feel about this? At any rate. Funny. Let's roll with it for a second. Let's roll with it for a second and focus on the areas around it. The shell, so to speak. I think I kind of like the left nav more than I like a header nav. I don't know. Doing it on the side is a little trickier to get the visual balance right. So in mobile, gotta do it. So that'll happen in mobile for sure. So the question is desktop mode. Yeah, so Miguel, what we're looking at here is how to do the kind of shell controls. And I'm looking at a header versus on the left side. And the header is a little easier to balance visually in terms of like, you know, how it kind of makes things feel off kilter if it's not harmoniously weighted. But I don't know if I like it as much as I like the side thing. But also, like, when we're getting into, like, looking at... It's a tough call. It's a tough call. This is so, I don't know, it's a visually attractive, that thing right there. You like the left side better. Yeah, I think I do too. This just feels kind of dull. You say a bigger PFP and align it top with the corresponding box. Not sure what you mean by PFP. Profile picture. A bigger one and align it. Alright, let's try it. So that's straight out. Hold on to that. Hold on to that. Hold on to that. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. No, get all good. Alright, let's try it. So let's take that up to 60. All right, I'm going to try a size. Tell me if you think it's the size you're... Are you talking like that big right there? But obviously need to get a little more spacing in the grid. Like that big? Okay, let's try it. Okay, and then this would be 14. And remove that. All good. That is real big. I gotta set the height. It's pretty big. Yeah, I don't know about that. What if we did... Oh, that's interesting. What if we did something really crazy? What if we did this? That's absurd, right? The kitty kitty is back. And there it is, aligned to top. I don't know, that feels a little... Ow, kitty. No. Bad. I feel like it needs a little down alignment. We can't get away with doing a square with rounded, can we? I know that's not the fashion, but every once in a while I'm like, yeah, is it time? Okay, she's biting my butt. She's biting my butt. Okay, now she's attacking my arm. Ow! Why are you so bad? Yeah, that just doesn't look very good. All good. I do think it needs just a little bit of downward bump. We'll do it side by side here. So here it is with the downward bump. Here it is without it. I'm pretty sure it needs that. Kind of aligns the name with the face. Yeah, you're a bad kitty. I still feel I'm not 100% on that part of it yet, but I'm gonna focus on the nav and what have you first. No, you're a bad kitty. You're very bad. Ow! You're very bad. I don't know what you want, kid. You're a bad kitty. And I don't know what you want. No, you're very bad. Yeah, you're very bad. Really don't know what she wants right now. Oh, but she's very sad. Oh, but you're bad. Hey, ow. What? You want to play? Is this what you want? That's what she wants. Yeah, these profile pictures I think are still actually a little too big. Visual balance is just so hard. Now everything feels a little tilted to the right on account of how the avatars are taking up horizontal space. If we ignore the centering on the page, about right there, it starts to look correctly centered. We're definitely making progress. Here's, we started here's current, and here's the build. So we are definitely making progress. That might be our guy right there. You know, it looks like we're blowing time on not doing mobile styles, but some of what we're doing here will be pretty impactful on that. It's like these UI controls needed to move over into the nav and things like that, so we are making progress on the right things. She's a monster. Kitten tea. Sips tea. Okay, that's feeling. I kind of like that. How we feeling so far here? Yeah, it's feeling like improvements, right? Started here, started at the bottom. Now we're here. Yeah, that's feeling definitely better. Started at the bottom. Now we're here. Paulo, what are you trying to do to me, man? Actually, the reason I haven't gotten any more cats is that Kit is a ferocious bitch to other cats. You wouldn't believe it. She's the sweetest little cat, but I have never seen her do anything with other cats other than attack them. So we gotta come back to this thing because it's needs some love. We'll get there. First, need to implement these two buttons. So those were previously implemented here. Okay, that didn't work. Why not? Toast is not defined. Yeah, this is feeling pretty good. Cool. Okay. Alright, let's look at what we're doing over here. That kind of looks pretty good, actually. It could be, but I don't know if we should. Main feeling right now is that the right nav is looking a little wrong. Seems kind of like it should be, unlike this nav, somewhat flush up against the, like that. Let's see what happens with that. If we do that, we just have to kind of design each right nav to look right whenever we do that. Wrong one. You. I think that's the right approach, so we'll just need to tweak each one to look right for what we're doing. Anybody ever do that? You're working on the editor, you just declare bankruptcy on your tabs. Get rid of them all. That's good, except that it's not lining up properly with that. Not even sure how I feel about that band there. Could put it there. Yeah, I could put it right there and then collapse these into a menu, which would make a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah, I thought about that, but I don't know. I think that might ruin the... I don't think that'll work. Let's try this. Yeah, I mean, I think it would have to be like a full width thing, or there'd have to be something else in there. I mean, obviously, if I do put it up here, these two would get collapsed into a menu. You like it up there? Oh, you like it with all the buttons up there. If I'm not the admin, then I won't see added profile, for what it's worth. So if I go here, we're definitely on the right path here. I'm just going to leave it as is for now, just to avoid giving ourselves work that we don't need, but you can easily see these two getting collapsed into a menu button. I should probably be more specific than runs this joint. Okay, and let's give these a white background. Do you think The Weeknd knows that he has a typo in his band name? Do you think like he started his band and then somebody was like, "Dude, you missed the E," and he's like, "Fuck." Well, I guess we're stuck with it that way. God, fuck. Nobody caught that? What do I pay you people for? That's probably what happened. Oh, I see what's happening here. My own code is confusing me. There we go. Forgot I wrote a rendering closure down there. Fucking filtering. Sorry about that. I cannot figure out how to get YouTube to lay off the filter. Meanwhile, just about every one of my streams, yeah, that's exactly how that went down. Now my mom's gonna be Googling. She's not gonna find me. Because y'all weren't on your shit. Now I'm the weekend. Is that how you say it? The weekend. I'm gonna start saying it that way. The weekend. Anyway, that's ridiculous. All right. The weekend. I could see The Weeknd, like, I'm weak, being a band name as well. I wonder if that would cause a kerfuffle if you named your band that. Baby. Okay. This is still crowded as heck, but thank you, Cosmic. Glad I've been doing it. I'm sure it's very much like picking a domain name. Thing is, they're lucky because they only got to do it once for a band. Somehow I feel like I am constantly having to cook up names for domains or for just modules. So maybe I'm going to leave notifications alone for the moment. I said, ooh. Oh, word. Looks like that server, that glitch server, is still working. Yeah, cool. Alright. So, I think we got something here. Need to move that log out button a little higher. Can't do it that way. Alright. Unless I just move. Okay, no. Thanks for stopping by. Catch you on the next one. So this is hard to feel consistent with our... Yeah, right? Now whenever I log into this, I'm not like, wait, what? That feels pretty consistent. Alright. Alright, Todd. Shoot, not that. What's going on there? Don't I have that on break words? I do. So why do you think you're allowed to go wider? Don't have any Docker stuff for you yet, no. I've never used Docker, to be honest. Not in any meaningful way, so it's not something I'll have to kind of tool up to figure it out. On the plus side, it's pretty easy to deploy. The only question is just dealing with some config around Docker, which has bitten us on just one particular item, so we'll have to futz with that. CSS grid. Okay, not that answer. Some grid blowout. Is this what that min width 0 thing is? Yeah, it is what it is. Which do I put that on? Not you. Lovely. I read an explanation for why that works that way once, and hell if I remember what it is. Oh, and you know what else we gotta do? Is the post view, the thread view. Okay, that didn't do it. It's MW0 not our class. That's that. Yeah. Min dash W dash 0. Alright, now we're in business. We also need to get the communities thing updated. But let's take a look at a thread real quick. Okay, so we've got to fix a couple things. That first. Okay, I think we're kind of in business here. We should round those corners. Okay. So the communities listing. Gonna use the loo real fast and we'll dig into that. So how do we de-uglify that? Now this I like. That looks pretty good. So we could do it like that. Let's try that. Ancient history. Sayonara. Yeah, well, we got the stream, right? That's good to hear. Alright, that feels pretty good, I think. Might be... One thing I could argue is that maybe we want these to be slightly easier click targets. Because they're pretty small right now. For instance, alright, here's just an experiment to run just to see what happens if I make them block. So that's bad. That's a little better. Make it a little bigger. How do I even keyboard? Okay, here we go. Yeah, I think bigger is better. That feels pretty good. I think eventually, might want to update this to the same thing, I don't know. I think eventually though, the sidebar here will show information about like members with certain roles or something like that. Direction we're going to be heading with all this is to introduce, you know, I guess what I could only accurately describe as game rules to the communities. So this kind of stuff ends up... Let's get rid of that real quick because there's no voting right now. And we don't actually have editing yet, so... Alright, so let's go ahead and do a work in progress commit there as well. And now it's time to do mobile styles. Okay, so that's off. I think that's because I got rid of that. right, and then around the same. Around 1140. Yep. Around right there. We need you to get fixed to the left. So, yeah, and at 1240, that's a little off. Let's see. 1280. Try to keep that right nav as much as possible. Uh-oh. Nope. You know what we really need to do? So as we hit here, we're anchoring off the left side, so 835. Because I have a couple of things that just get a little easier, in my opinion, to do with some of the positioning stuff I'm doing. It's all good. Yeah, you could do it by grid, but there's a degree to which I find doing what I'm doing, which is de-anchoring the nav items from the that kind of shared layout works a little better, especially because getting things like centering the main content gets to be such a pain whenever you are kind of doing it with a grid. So I just prefer doing kind of floating elements that I'm doing now. So when we hit this, the width I would go up to 220. Alright, it's mobile time. A couple of things we got to pull off here. It's pretty much all over. Well, let's start with the posts. So 768 is when the medium kicks in. And 640. Okay, that's perfect. So it's 640. We want to get a X padding of, let's say, 1 to start with. What's the problem here? Oh no. You do it like this, and then at medium you do px0. Hey, hello. That feels pretty good to me. Might end up getting rid of that gap between them, but for now let's kind of keep that consistent and see how that feels. Okay, I need half a second to stretch my legs. I'm back in not too long. No more than 15 at most. so the full screen post, like whenever I click on something like that, that definitely is something I've got to work on with mobile for sure. Are you talking like in this situation? Got to think a little bit about how, like, gotta modify that a little. That's more space than we need just for that one little span. Wonder if we even need that break. We might not. Are you talking like even here? In the name of keeping it fresh, like we were talking about earlier, I'm gonna just do a side bit here. I'm gonna talk about something I was contemplating in the shower this morning, which is how to deal with how to generalize cross-server communication. All right, so we got two servers here, right? Itty bitty. You gonna be a pain? Alright, so we got a user on one server and a community on the other. And we got to think about how these things are interacting with each other. And this touches a little bit on what we did with remote joins, because it's the same basic problem. I'm over here, and I need the community, which is managed over here, to do something. Like maybe a moderation action, remove a user or remove a post from the community. Now, the way that's implemented right now, which is the kind of naive approach, is to just RPC. And while that is certainly an option, what it means is we have interactions occurring quote-unquote off-chain. And so, it violates some of what we're aiming for with the smart contract approach, which if you have everything in the data sets, in the data mesh, you can pretty clearly audit every action and see why everything happened. And since even though we don't have custom smart contract rules yet, and we don't have a clear auditing flow yet, it's still preferable to establish things in the right mode initially. So here we have our data mesh synchronizing data sets. And it's currently one way to think about it is how we do the feed for friends, which is I create a post record over here. That gets picked up over here, and an index a feed index record gets produced, And there's the flow, right? So at present, that flow doesn't require any RPC because this thing is pulling from the Hypercore mesh, watching for posts created by this database and ingesting them. So in something which is kind of a so when you have a situation in which there's a kind of a request flow, like I want to remove somebody from the community. The obvious thing, the thing I've done so far, is just RPC to the server, right? Like, hey, ban this user. But we could do it a similar fashion in which we do produce the ban record. And then this gets pulled over here, and the user gets removed. And then it's not green. Let's make that red because it's like an action. And so if we take that approach, the one thing we might want to do is create a general RPC method, which would be something like so you produce the ban record and then call data.process on crazy.city. It will, and you'll point to this record, right? And then that will, basically wait until crazy.city has handled the thing. And once it has, it returns back saying, okay, it's been processed. Which creates the transactionality and the immediacy that you expect. It sort of suggests, however, if we do it this way, that everything is, all transactions are asynchronous. And that may just be the right way to do it. Now, there's a couple of advantages to doing it this way. The first is consistency. The system is going as much as possible off of the Hypercore mesh. So there's as close as possible to one approach to how everything is done. There's the auditability. These actions are showing up inside of the record set. One way to kind of think about it is it's similar to like using bots inside of Twitter or Reddit comments. It's kind of like you post a comment at whatever bot, do this, it does it, and then it responds. Perhaps it might or might not produce a record saying that it did it. The other is that it supports the local first mode of working because we're staying away from a lot of server-to-server communication, which is what starts to hurt us on the local first angle. On the disadvantages front, if you need to do something without it being pushed onto your public database, that gets a little harder. So privacy becomes a little bit of in privacy in any of these actions becomes difficult. Another one is just everything becomes async. So there's this overhead of the async transaction processing, which makes it a little slower than just RPCing out to the thing. And you also have to kind of consider that any action that works this way could be the action has been created, but for whatever reason the handling server is backed up or it's not online at the moment, backed up in terms of like its workload. So any kind of action that works that way may need to be have kind of the thing where like I say ban this user and it responds back saying processing, but not done or error. Alright, let's get rid of that weird breakpoint. I think we might be able to just remove all these. So that's where it breaks down a little. It's good up until around 1100. And then what happens at 1000 is what should happen. There we go. Okay. Let's get into the user view for mobile. What's up, baby kitty? You know, I think I may need a little more of a break, unfortunately. So hopefully not too long. It's May 15:30. Just a little low on juice, so we'll come back in a bit. Let's get these user/community views in order. So, really right when the mobile kicks in, we'll modify what that header looks like. Okay. Wow. All right. What do you mean by search domain? Oh, that's looking good. Oh, so like a fallback whenever you get a domain net found? I've only ever had that on account of some ISP configuring it. It's never useful. Yeah, if anybody in the chat knows. I wonder why things are loading so slowly. Is that my computer being slow, or is that the server being slow? Kind of coming along, huh? Let's look at just a little bit. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now this problem. Nailed it. Okay, I'm happy enough with that. Let's get that community's view done. Actually, I think we could probably just do it. Click targets may be a little hard on mobile, but we'll see. I just need to test the empty state now. Cool. All right. Well, I think we're gonna have to collapse these into a menu now. Oh, what's your problem? Have to deal with that. Bizarrely, that one looks good. All right, let's start with that header menu bit. Let's see if it lets me do this. Nope. Okay. I think the one thing I would do here is take down that horizontal pad a little bit. Okay, that's looking about right. Now let's implement that menu. I don't know if everybody, how closely everybody here follows my Twitter, but in my little break there, I put out a quick explainer on NFTs for anybody that's not totally up to speed on. So you're not vibing on the whole premise, huh? Since it sounds like we're actually going to talk about NFTs, my tweet was a shit post where I explained that NFTs stand for nice fun times, which I think would be about as popular as what NFTs actually are. But I don't know, I may be biased. I don't really have a strong opinion one way or another, so I am totally down to get into the topic. But you can't deny they are hyped right now. Miguel, you just figure it's a violation of artistic integrity? That overactive filter. It loves to do its work. Right. Oh, that's why. Yeah. Something I have come to believe pretty strongly is that there's a pretty big element of oh no, it's all good. I understand. Believe me, I understand anti-blockchain vibes, to be sure. I've mentioned this before. The one thing that the only reason that I'm not completely sort of hard anti-blockchain right now is on account of Ethereum moving to proof of stake. And if they manage to make proof of stake work, all right, we can talk. But until then, I agree. I find the costs to be irresponsible, to say the least. As members get rendered. Members list. That'll do for now. It's pretty crowded, but that'll do for now. What just happened? Whoa. What in the fuck is that animation? There's the link. It's loaded, we're happy, and then it does that. Why in God's name? Um, these comparative explanations are always a little bit tricky for me, because like, hey, first of all, even if, let's just say, you had a situation in which all proof of work mining was occurring off of a carbon neutral energy source like hydroelectric. Let's just make that claim. Which I don't think you can rigorously enforce by any stretch or even expect to be the case. If we get battery tech to the point that that excess can be put to work, then that no longer is a good argument. And another thing about that is that I just have trouble, you can side by side things. Talk about beef, for instance, or international flights. Yeah, the carbon output of those are way too high. We should take that seriously. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't take seriously what we know to be a fundamentally carbon output inefficient thing to do. You know what I mean? So if we can get to proof of stake, I will be more amenable to blockchains in general. But until we do that, can't get on board. You do have to separate how the market is inflated. I think it's pretty hard to argue that Tether is not artificially inflating the market. If Tether had any transparency in its books, that'd be one thing, but they don't. I think they're lying. Substrate.dev, some popular chains already using proof of stake. I am aware of that, yeah, and I'm glad that they are. Part of my issue with these comparisons is that yes, those others suck, but we already depend on them, so we have to fix it how we can. Introducing new tech that we know is bad, it's a different issue. I agree about that. And I agree we need to address the carbon output of the existing things. Also, I would say international flight's a really difficult one. Yeah, it's bad for the environment, but it also is one of those things that I would be willing to look at ways to offset the impact of international flight rather than saying that we should get rid of international flight. That is one of those things that is an incomparably valuable benefit to us that at present we don't have another way to do. So we should be, of course, trying to work on forms of engines that don't produce that carbon output. But until we can, I would never be like, no, international flights just can't do it. I would, it's just an unrealistic thing to suggest. But requiring carbon offsets for all of it, yeah, that's okay, do that, But proof of work, it's like you say, it's not like, oh man, without Bitcoin, how would we ever transact? Not even close. Sometimes I like to think about what's going on in the world in the context of playing like a Civ game, like Civilization, and like events that occur in the game. And I like to think that the invention of like cryptocurrencies or something like that would be like something that happens in the 21st century if you let your civil unrest score get too high. It causes your all of your power output to get sucked up, and until you and so then you have to invest in a research to counteract that, to like get a non-energy inefficient version of it. But yeah, I mean, it's a hell of a thing. Anybody that tries to engage in this conversation, myself included, I just don't have the education or the depth of knowledge to talk about relative carbon output of these things. So speaking from a place of humility, I think I can still say I can't like make an argument in favor of what Bitcoin is doing. I admit I don't know. Most IT engineers don't know either. So let's just say, for the sake of continuing the conversation about NFTs in all of their mega hype, let's just say, oof, that is so crowded. All right, it's alpha software, it's all right. Let's just say we got over to proof of stake, and we didn't have to think about that aspect of it. What then? How do we feel about NFTs then? How do you all feel about NFTs then? So that's users done. Ooh. Okay, got a little problem there. Certainly part of my feelings they're just like I said, yeah. I mean, I don't have any problem with it. It obviously triggers, I think probably everybody here has a sort of contrarian impulse that gets triggered pretty quickly. Like, when something gets this hyped, you just almost immediately like, it's probably bullshit. Yeah, well, of course. I mean, that's the problem with any kind of hyper financial system is that right away it's right into people just trying to get money without doing anything of value. Okay, this doesn't need to be a flex box anymore, so that will help us on this. So that was an accident, but I surprisingly don't dislike it that much. But it's probably not what we want. So yesterday I was just poking around in random. God help me. I'm officially going to become the guy that talks about Clubhouse, so my apologies. But I was just poking around in a room, and there's people like pitching to investor, pitching their business thing. And a guy just showed up, and this is how you know you're in a crappy hype cycle. The guy showed up and just said, look, I got a team. We know NFTs are going to be hot. We know augmented reality is going to be hot. We're going to do NFTs and augmented reality. And all I need is some money to get started, and then the team will get started. That's how you know you're in a crappy hype cycle. That's the equivalent of, I know, right? I heard that and just was like, and I'm out of this room. It's the equivalent of your barber asking for the stock tip. It was one of those things that was just kind of transparently sad because like they were asking, so like you have a team, but they're not willing to get started on it just for like promise of equity to kind of build a beta, and obviously no, because he's just, excuse my language and derisiveness, but just some asshole. Don't have a lot of respect for that. I'm sorry. Especially when that's what he's bringing to the table. I mean, come on, man. Come on, dude. Get it together. So then after that, I wandered into a crypto discussion room to see, try to get a sense of crypto people are still crazy. Now, don't get me wrong. We're all crazy. Willing to say if you're in this stream with me, you're a little crazy. But it was like we got to there were two things that stood out to me. One was the token person who is all about alternative medicine, looking for crypto to be their big opportunity to shed the weight of institutional medicine. Classic. I've run into that so many times in the crypto space. And then another was, there's some complexity to that, but not enough complexity for me to ever not feel like, stop it. And then the other was just people who clearly just had nothing but raw ambition and were really hoping to get a big win. Nothing wrong with ambition either, but can have a little more substance than what I was seeing out of those folks. Is it really? YouTube knows what's up. Okay, so I think we just need to get our modals into a good place, and then notifications, and then I think we're ready for our mobile to be considered done. Then we can get dark mode done. Let's start with the modals. So it's on mobile. Okay. Okay. Yeah. A mobile, so I'm gonna get some kind of thing across the top to like quickly close it and everything, but it should full screen. And likewise, a background. we have a class for transparency? Doesn't look like it. Apparently, you no longer are going to need commas between values in CSS soon. And some of the new values coming along are not even going to support them. Strongly agree. That's your path. Don't have any problem with it. Anybody feeling that way? Okay, what's causing the problem there? What's up with that little pixel of space going on there? Not sure. Might gonna have to let that one just be. Yeah. By and large, I'm just not terribly interested in any most of the stuff in this space. No hate, just not super interested. Okay, we're looking pretty good here. That just leaves notifications. Which is a nightmare! Alright, gotta use the bathroom real quick. So I have a working theory that cryptocurrencies are a direct sort of direct representation of intergenerational wealth transfer conflict. Because you have a lot of the cryptocurrency enthusiasts in the sense that, like, you're going to have cryptocurrency enthusiasts who are, you might say, inherently institutional individuals, you know, so like Elon Musk, right? And they're effectively an institutional person. But in the sort of distributed sense, most cryptocurrency enthusiasm comes from, or hype comes from, a lot of young people in their 20s, teens and 30s. The people who are sort of interested in cryptocurrency ideologically separate from the wealth transfer, they exist. Probably a fair number of y'all are here. And, you know, certainly everybody's kind of looking for better economic systems. So it's kind of a difficult broad brush to stroke with, but to paint with. But if you look at the wealth distribution generationally right now, certainly in the U.S., millennials have gotten an enormously smaller percentage of the world's wealth compared to where their boomers were at a similar time. So, this right here. Millennials hold 4.6% of the U.S. wealth. Boomers hold 53% of it. The interesting thing is when you look at boomers at the age that when boomers were millennials' age, they held 21%. So when boomers were our age, they had 4 times more of the wealth in the country in their hands. So generational wealth transfer just isn't occurring. And so I think a lot of the sort of hype amongst young people around attacking cryptocurrencies is, suppose you get in early on a cryptocurrency and it becomes a new common use of currency. Eventually, basically, value would drain out of fiat and move into the cryptocurrency. And people that held the fiat would have less relative wealth. People that hold the cryptocurrency hold more. So, not only do millennials have a vested interest in finding something that would have that effect, they're also not invested in current financial systems because many of them don't have that much wealth in the current financial systems. That's kind of a perhaps too smart for its own good take on it, but because probably in many ways it's just people looking for an easy score. But comparatively, it has been harder for millennials to make the kind of money that boomers did at the same age, and I think that taps into what's going on here. Yeah. I mean, boomers in the U.S. were experiencing probably something which is a unique period in history. It's why they're called boomers. I mean, I know it's related to the baby boom, but the baby boom was directly connected to wealth insurgency, so to speak, into the U.S., which was unprecedented and not maintained. I'm also of the opinion that economically everybody in the U.S. is fundamentally conservative. A lot of the left versus right debate tends to be debating how to reallocate wealth as opposed to generate new wealth. I don't think anybody thinks we're going to generate wealth like we used to, so they don't actually talk about that. You got the right saying, let's keep the distribution where it's at. You got the left saying, let's move it around. It's not really a platform that meaningfully attacks how do we really create more producers. If you want to know what I think that would look like, it would be things like antitrust laws that say you're a monopoly just by dint of the fact that you crowd out other vendors. But almost all of our antitrust philosophy is based on what's good for the consumer, not what's good for producers. And what's good for the consumer tends to be price sensitivity. How do you stretch a dollar as far as you can stretch it? Anyway, I'm just indulging myself now. All right, we're in the notifications. Why am I seeing? Oh no, it's there. It's just really light. max width excess. Is there one of those? Yeah. That's better. Okay. How does this look on Twitter? Well, you know what? Okay, so they put the avatar up top. That probably helps them actually with this. Yep, it does. It's a good idea. I am listening to Tool, and at that particular moment, I was listening to the song Worker with a Penis, which is a great track. Love that song. I hope you know what that song is, so that I'm not just the guy saying the name of that song. I honestly don't know why they named it that. It does come off a little bit transphobic, to be honest. But that is... The song really doesn't have anything to do with that. Yeah, if you've never heard that song, look it up. It's super good. And look at the lyrics. It's really an interesting song. Uh-oh, that's not good. Okay, we're gonna have to hit that in a second. Actually, why don't we hit that now before I lose it? It's not that it's deep. It's about a guy coming up to him, wearing decked out with a bunch of sort of like band gear. Comes up to him and tells him that he thinks they're selling out. And the chorus of the song is, "I've got some advice for you. Before you point the finger, you should know I'm the man. And if I'm the man, you're the man, and he's the man as well. So you could point that finger up your ass." It is a really aggressive, like, shot back at fans gatekeeping about selling out. Yes, indeed. I don't really have anything to add to it, so I'm just letting y'all talk it through. Yeah. A lot of things really, the model just works pretty well. That seems alright to me. Oh yeah, no consensus model. Am I using indigo right now on those? No, I'm using blue. It's just a darker blue. Let's try taking that up to 600. Okay, it's fine. Just need to add some pad to it, and we'll be all set. I'm now listening to a classic Tool track, Die Eier von Satan. Who here knows what I'm talking about with that? There's some similarities between DHTs and what Hypercore does. Yeah, but if you were to, you know, this is kind of what Holochain is doing. If you took the, shoot. This song just cracks me up. So like, okay, pause on that, talk about the Hypercore thing. There is, you could argue, a sort of a similarity. You know, the thing with DHTs, I guess what Holochain is trying to do is create a sort of live database model on top of DHTs. And I'm not too deeply versed in what they're doing to be able to comment in depth on the details, but the you're going to need some kind of rules, which is what they're doing. You have a way of defining rules about what puts are allowed, and then that ends up being the kind of the basis of your consensus system, is that your DHT nodes are supposed to follow along with the rules, and they probably have some kind of append-only log involved with the actual DHT state. So it's kind of like if you imagine, I think actually a good comparison might be if you took Hypercore in the DHT system and then used the DHTs to not just find peers to synchronize the data, but to find peers for to act as live endpoints for like sending writes to, and have those DHT nodes maintaining the private keys of the cores. That's more or less what a DHT, what is going on with Holochain. Yeah, so I think that's, you know what, it's Excalibur time. So I'm not speaking from the position of somebody who is deeply involved with Holochain, and y'all can correct some of the questions I have and things like that. But suppose you have a set of key values And then you have a set of DHT nodes that are effectively responsible for maintaining. What is that button there? Come on, what is it? Give me the tooltip. Is it L? It's Q. Okay. You have the DHT nodes, which are effectively in charge of maintaining these various key values in some distributed fashion. You are going to be sitting out here as part of the network. Either you are, here's you, and you are either going to be participating as one of the DHT nodes, or not. And you're going to be communicating with the DHT nodes in order to interact with the current key values, right? That's traditional view of what's going on with the DHT. So the way that we use it in Hypercore currently is that these key values are just hub key to IP address mappings. And so you look that up to find dataset seeders like that, right? So that's where we currently are. That's how Hypercore leverages the DHT. So let's say we want to do what Holochain is doing. In the Holochain, the Hypercore key, I assume, is being hosted on one of the nodes. Perhaps multiple different DHT nodes can maybe, like, let's say this is a value here, and let's say ignore all of these. Again, I don't know the details of how they do this, but let's just do a 2-node example. And I would assume what is occurring is that there is a function which functionality in play that basically merges them together based on the two of them coming to consensus with each other and leading to the current state of the thing. And so then whenever you are reading, you are going to contact the DHT, find the current state, and if you are writing, you're going to be talking to one of these nodes. And so that ends up becoming the basis of the system here. And so part of the model would be the hypercores on each of these are recording all the transactions so that they can be replayed, and that merge function can be replayed to come to a current value at any given time. Does that sort of make sense? That is my understanding of how that model functions. So the DHTs are doing more than just maintaining a registry of pure lookups. They are kind of actively running software, which are kind of like smart contracts with a hypercore in their back, and it's a pin-only log in their data backing, and handling transactions, updating the state of the current value. Talking about a computer, right? And yes, if I had a private key symbol, that's what I would put there. So this is our diagram of what they're doing. I'm going to try to reassemble real quick. We got the DHT for us, and here's you, and other users. Okay, I can get into that in a second. So, you know, the DHT is really just designed to get people talking to each other, finding and talking to each other, and then the communication occurs between them. So when we, the consensus that occurs between two hypercores these are just being sort of maintained within this data overlay that exists at this layer here. And send that to the back. And so if you have two hypercores that are meant to reflect a state that is a merged state between two different authors, then same as with before, you would define some kind of merge function here. And that would be just occurring kind of on this side of things. So you write to your own hypercores, and then they get merged together. Right. So the details of this security are along these lines. Here is your append-only log. So that's block 1, block 2, block 3, block 4, block 5, and so on. And there is a Merkle tree, which is produced for every one of them. That looks like this. So every time you add in a new entry, a new hash is produced, which represents the current state. If you were to change one of the entries in here, of course, you'd get a new hash. And so if you were to change the history, the hash would change. And so when peers are syncing with each other, they're going to be communicating with each other the current length and the current head hash for the thing. If there's any mismatch, synchronization fails. So that's the basis of it, is basically that if you try to change your history, you may succeed. If somebody has never received any of the previous history, you may succeed in replicating with them, but if anybody else has received that history, they're just going to fail synchronization, and you're going to end up not making progress in the network anymore. It's not an inherently strong guarantee, but it's not super dissimilar to like a 51% attack in the sense that, in theory, you can lie to certain users, but eventually people will be able to detect it and figure it out, and it'll have consequences where your people just stop syncing your stuff. If they had previously synced it because they detect the fork, there's no way to make progress anymore, and etc. So it's an easily detectable thing if you change the history. If you're looking for a way to communicate very concisely a secure identifier for a given state of the chain. If you have like a really strong need to ensure that history change doesn't occur subtly, you would pass along the key of the hyperdrive, the sequence number, and the head hash, which is a pretty, it's a little bit lengthy, but that would give you what we call a strong link, which says this hash right here I'm talking about. You would communicate that. Normally our current URL structure looks like this. With an optional sequence number in there, and then a path which references the data inside the hypercore in some way, depending on what the hypercore structure is. And we've talked about extending that to have pub key plus sequence plus hash for the strong links. So that's the nature of the security properties of the Hypercore protocol. Does that all make sense? Cool. You bet. So the model that we were handling with Citizen is actually quite, along these lines. You have, we're not doing any at the present, though we will eventually. But at present let's see. No, at present we don't have any merged state per se, other than like the community feeds. So this feed right here, interesting, I'm logged out and it doesn't know it. Oh no, I'm just logged into my local, right. Okay, so what we're seeing here is all these posts are actually put on the hypercores of these individual users. And then the community, which we're looking at, the friends at test.citizen.network, has a secondary index that is drawn, that basically points to each of these posts. And so whenever we load this up, it loads up that secondary index, gets the pointers to each of these, then loads them from their databases and assembles it into a feed. Same with like comments and things like that. Oh, you're not supposed to be showing up. So what's going on there? I just forgot to do SM hidden. So something I mentioned earlier in the stream, and I'm not going to go back over in too much detail. I want to hold on to this one. Nah. This right here is a really good example of how this will all function. So we have me on one server. Okay, stop it. You got me on one server and a community on another server, and the Hypercore mesh connecting the two of them, plus the ability to do RPC. Just take that out for a second. I want to make a change to something in the community. I want to ban somebody from the community. So I produce a ban record, put it into my database. This is how it's going to work. It's currently, I'm leaning on some RPC to get the alpha out the door. So I create a ban record. This gets synced over to the community, that server running the community. It picks up on that record because I'm a member with moderator privileges, and it reacts to that record by removing the user from the database. This overlay here is talking about perhaps getting a generic RPC method where you say, hey, I would like to transactionally would like you to go ahead and handle this and let me know when you've done. So you can like send an RPC request over. It will return after it actually handles the request, or if it times out, and perhaps might even be able to give you some information about whether it succeeded or not. Not sure yet. So that can kind of help expedite and provide some liveness to the user experience. But that's just one kind of little side channel thing to sort of optimize the UX, but completely unnecessary. Eventually, it should synchronize on its own. And oh, whoa. So, and I've been drinking so much water, I gotta use the bathroom again. So BRB. Anyway, the much more important conversation is the Eye on Satan by Tool, which is a personal favorite because it, I mean, everybody loves this, the classic. Basically, Tool, as I'm sure everybody knows, developed a reputation. Yeah, this is like the 90s, late 90s. It's kind of like Eminem in its day, where, you know, there was satanic panic occurring and music was getting blamed for a lot of kids' behavior, or at least scapegoated for a lot of things. And Tool, of course, had a terrible reputation, especially after Perfect Circle put out Judith, who that did not go well. So they put out this track called The Eye on Satan, which it has this like really industrial, mechanical kind of sound to it, and this scary beat, and a guy speaking German to like a roaring crowd. And it's supposed to evoke Nazism, but if you translate the lyrics, he's just giving a recipe for a dish called the Eggs of Satan. You gotta appreciate that. Some quality trolling right there. You gotta love that. You can't appreciate. You have to appreciate what they're doing. Oh man, you're right. Now we'll really start rolling in the juice, in the dollars. Free as in, let's be clear, free as in freedom, not free as in money, because it's with an NFT, I expect a couple of dollars. The headline that I've been seeing going around lately is that the guy that did Lolcats, no, I suppose that one too was the one I saw more recently, but before that was the Nyan Cat, I think. Was it Nyan Cat or Lolcat getting turned into an NFT? Sure, why not? What we use in data is multiple Hypercore users connecting to each other, each downloading all the blocks from each user and appending it to their own Hypercore. Oh, that's interesting. So I assume that you're sort of like differentiating between the copies versus the original, so you don't end up in some kind of endless loop. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm sure that's really interesting. How is all that progressing right now? Making all right headway. All right, and how are we looking on mobile? Okay, I think that works. Okay, the last thing I have to do for mobile is open it up in Safari because I've noticed a couple of things that suggest perhaps that notifications is just broken on Safari. Yeah, that looks like it is. So what have we got? Holy cow. There. Huh. Yeah, something's failing to render on Safari. What are the odds that Safari doesn't support? No, it supports that. Okay, so I'm going to ask for you to... I don't know what's highlighted. Seems okay, I guess. I'm not super familiar with their dev tools. Okay. Huh. Wonder if this is like the URL parser choking on something. That's interesting. Okay. Maybe the URL parser freaks out a little bit on hyper URLs. Yeah, somehow that's coming out differently. Okay, well, not terribly difficult to deal with. We're just going to filter that way. Actually, that might database 02. Okay, you're being a real pest. Okay. Now it seems satisfied. And hopefully over here it's good too. No. Oh boy. They're just coming out totally differently. Okay, so it looks like the URL parser is just behaving differently in both. That's a pain. Okay. Okay, one second. Let's take a look at how we use extract schema ID. So long as it's always on hyper URLs, we can. Yeah. Okay. Yes, indeed they do. And it's by far their biggest strength. There we go. Anything else you want to complain about Safari, or are we all good? Oh, that's interesting. Is that broken in everything? Huh, how'd that happen? Okay, so let's get rid of all those console logs. Yeah, so I should actually, that's something else if you're not familiar with, I should do a little breakdown for you. Okay, so this has been a principle of the engineering since the beginning. Here you have your log. Am I able to like, oh yeah, like that. Nice. Okay, here you have your log. Not to speak ill of any project, but one of the problems that Secure Scuttlebutt has is that it used a linked list for its sort of to accomplish the append-only effect. As a result, in order to verify the current state, you actually have to sync the entire list. Using a Merkle tree instead, like in Hypercore, means that you can just download some of the tree heads as opposed to the full history. So that was step one for allowing partial log sync, pretty important. Now, the average Hypercore is a pretty simple structure. After what I just described, that's kind of it. But the data structures that are built on top, both Hypertry, well, let's not get that detailed, both Hyperdrive and Hyper-B. Hyperdrive is a file system, and Hyper-B is a key value database like LevelDB. They leverage a mechanism, so let's use Hyper-B's. They leverage a mechanism to allow intelligent sparse downloading. Let's just go there. So these are what each of these blocks represent. And so it's block 1, block 2, block 3, block 4, block 5. If we want to get the current state of this thing for both foo and bar, the current state is that, right? So how can we as efficiently as possible get the current state? Well, you want to be able to be intelligent enough to know, let's in particular look at getting the current state of foo, you want to be intelligent enough to know that this is your guy. That's the one that you want to hit. So to do that, I think Matisse calls this embedded indexes. You might call them streaming indexes. But basically, each of the entries will include some pointers back to previous blocks, sort of telling you where to look to find the most recent values on things. So it would probably just be, in our simple example, something along these lines. I don't know the exact design of the B tree indexes that Hyper-B uses, but it allows you to read the most recent message in the log and pull out a set of pointers to points in the log to traverse back to. And you'll have to do a couple hops every once in a while, but eventually you'll be able to find precisely what the most recent write is for something. So if I change this one to Baz, and that's the one you're looking for. It should be designed probably along this size. You'd look up this one and be able to hop straight to this one. And it just does that by having an embedded indexing structure inside of each entry that kind of gives you pointers to get closer to finding the data. It's a really key feature for getting quick initial reads without having to download the full history. Yeah, and it's one of those things I didn't actually think was possible, but lo and behold, Matthias was able to do it. Ah, how'd that happen? You bet. All right, y'all. I guess we need to look at this one on mobile. No. I think that's actually sufficient for the moment. I guess one question is, do we want, when a modal comes up, do we want it to obscure the header? We could do... Oh, you know what? That would actually be the fault of this. I'm not going to worry about it for the moment. Or am I? Yeah, why don't I do that? So you're going to be 30, which hopefully I'm keeping track of my z-indexes properly. Which means if it's small, you're going to have a padding y of, I want to say 3. It's probably a little high, but we'll see here. Nope, nailed it. Oh, no, I didn't nail it, because we're missing the... In fact, that'll be PY40 by the... Ah, okay. Yeah. 10, 14, 12. So that's PY12 and then small PY0. And now that we are keeping the header, I want to realign that arrow a little bit. Okay, I'm calling that. Oh, interesting. So if you're on the home screen, clicking on the citizen up at the top just scrolls you to the top of the feed, which you would expect, except if you are in a modal like this. You expect it to close it. Do we perhaps have a global way to close the pop-up? Could dispatch the key up. The escape. Let's just add a. No, that's not going to work. There we go. Okay. I do squashing so infrequently. Yeah, sure thing. Thanks for joining us. let's try this then. Cool. Let's make sure that's all looking right. Yep, looking good. Good stuff. I'm real happy with all that. You know what that means? New commit bump.
CTZN.
So that just leaves one last thing for us to do, which is dark mode. Which I'm pretty sure I can turn on here. Alright, let's see what we got. Nothing. Uh-oh. Of course. That is actually what I want, but I just don't want it to be on until we're doing the mobile thing. So. Okay, and then the nav should never be there. So we're putting you at 39. What's the index did I put the pop-up at? 30. Nice. So it should be 29. So it looks like dark mode is actually not getting triggered in any meaningful way here, which on account of that, I'm going to punt it.
CTZN.
Okay, so where does that leave us? We finished mobile. It is now Wednesday. Alpha launch Saturday is in 2 more days of work. We have to get pagination done in our feeds. I'll take a little bit of work because the home feed is very janky right now in its implementation, so we're going to have to give that some thought. We're going to solve discovery on Saturday together in a temporary fashion, but we need to prep all the UIs for that, so I could just plug it in as we're all hanging. And then probably these, 4 right here, the single star ones. We're doing good. Our timeline is fine. So I'm going to call it a stream there. Does anybody have anything else they want to talk about before I wrap it up? Any server prep that needs to happen for folks running servers? Nothing out of the ordinary. You're going to want to update the software, of course, once the time comes for that. And the deployment stuff did change a little bit. I'll step everybody through that on Saturday. But if you've deployed a server once, it shouldn't be too hard to update it. It's pretty easy to deploy a new server too. All right, well, awesome working with y'all today. Really stoked about the UI updates we did. Really stoked about this. It's starting to feel pretty darn good, if I have to say so. And I really appreciate all the help that y'all brought to getting us here. I will just never get over how much better this has been building with y'all on the stream. I don't know if I'll ever want to build an application without streaming it, just because the immediate feedback, the conversation, the company, it's just nice. So, and I think we're just getting much better work because I can talk to y'all as we do this. Cool. Okay, well, everybody have a great rest of your... You know, I just realized something. We need to update one last thing. The .htmls. We have two separate duplications, really, of the same stuff, of each of the pages, and I need to make sure that I'm copying over. This is kind of a clunky temporary thing, but it's just what we're doing right now. It's just so stupid. I could just be serving the HTML from the server and bring them together in a matter of seconds, but save that for another time. Just need to go ahead and copy these over. Post, search is not done, sign up is correct, and then user. Y'all have a great rest of your day.
Citizen.
And I'll see you tomorrow. Later.
Citizen.